Hello, hello, and welcome back. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Today we're going to be continuing our Stoneshard playthrough using the character Hilda, using slings and spears. Last time we left off, we finished the first of the quest for unlocking the caravan to the fort at the outskirts and freed a captive. So we're going to go ahead and sell off our loot and get another contract. Right, so I'm going to hang on to this spool of thread because I believe it can be used. Same with these nails. I learned a few things off stream about the update, and there's a few things that can be saved for your caravan. So I'm going to save some things in my stash to use for that later on and sell off the rest. Oh, we can sell this iron nugget to the blacksmith. See, this is 49 here. See if Bert gives me more. Yeah, okay, I'll sell this. Like he'll take the peasant's spear. I guess I should compare that to mine. I doubt it's any better. 17. Yeah, mine's... all the stats are better across the board. So we can sell that. Not, as you can see, it's not worth a lot. But something is better than nothing. Alright, these nails and this spool of thread will save for our caravan later on. Ancient coin, I believe you can trade these for coins later, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We can sell the gambling dice. Let's check our purse. You can put valuables in the purse besides just gold, including ancient coins. But I'm going to put the ancient coins in another purse to store for now. Alright, you can sell this cloak because we're not going to be using it anymore. Sell it to the merchant here. The tailor. Only 3 gold. A lot of gear doesn't sell for much unless it's high tier. You only get, I want to say I read there was like, it's like 15% of the value of weapons and armor when you're selling them. So, not really worth picking them up for the most part. Alright, 9 crushing damage. Does a little extra damage. Better double the armor pen and body part damage. It is a little less accurate, but it is otherwise... it has a stun chance and better stagger chance and better cooldown duration. Are there any others? Slinger pouch. Okay, so this must be like the ammo box, basically, or the quiver for slings. So let's see, that's 45. I'll probably pick that up. That's only also 45. That 5% penalty to accuracy is probably worth it. Looking at this other sling, and it's overall just not as good. It has daze chance, but its stagger chance is worse. And this is the same price, but it has better stats. And I like a stun chance a lot. All right, so we'll pick up this sling pouch. And we'll pick up this other sling. That's a bargain for what I'm getting. That'll increase our damage overall. See what this looks like. Oh, nice. Okay. And then we can put the rocks in here. Let's see. Okay, so it can take up to, looks like 40 rocks. I would imagine it's the same for the other ammo types. So we want to pick up a bunch of stones. Get that bad boy filled up. If we can find any gear with a plus to accuracy, that would be great. Although I don't think it's very common. This headband, maybe. No. It does have some crit chance, dodge chance, and better. It has pain resistance. Might be worth picking up. I'm only 18 gold. I do like the crit chance a lot. Only 2%, I know, but okay. So this gives us a higher chance of fumbling. This gives us an accuracy boost, but we don't want to replace that unless we find something with better accuracy. Fatigue resistance is good. Physical. Overall, this is a pretty good hat. Let's see what else. Our belt's better. It has dodge chance, which is cool. We have now. Okay, so 45 gold. Get this cool hat. Yeah, let's go and do some upgrades. Yeah, that'll do. -1 fumble chance, a little bit extra dodge. Physical resistance is better. Protection is better. Bleed resistance is the same, so we're not losing out on that. We don't really care about the backfire chance because backfire is only for mages. I mean, we might use magic later on, but for now we're not. So, and by then, if we ever do, we'll find better gear. Let's see. Leather vest. More bleed resistance. You want to stack as much bleed resistance as you can get. Bleed is nasty. Also, that counter chance is kind of cool. Yeah, we'll pick that up. We'll make room, and then we'll pick that up. Okay, we could probably sell this. Sign. Sell this. I like these peasant shoes for the, especially for the bleed resistance. That's 5% more. Plus, it's got dodge and counter, and all the other stats are better. It doesn't have the energy restoration, but it's only 1 anyway, or the fatigue resistance, but that's not a huge deal as much as the other things. So let's pick up these shoes. Every little upgrade is good to get. It all adds up. All right, we got a very red-brown look going on. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right. Oh, I guess we should also repair anything we need to repair. 7 gold and 2 gold. And I don't think he repairs that. That would be the smith. And since we just bought these, they're not. This is not damaged. Okay. We'll take a look at the. Yeah, I like our little brown outfit. It's kind of neat. Okay. Anything here worth getting? Probably not. No. It's kind of strange he can't repair this. I mean, it's mostly made of wood, but whatever. It's not a big deal. Excuse me. Yeah. Only 2 gold. 3 gold. Yeah. Question is, do we start buying lead shot? And that chance to extra chance to stagger days and stun is pretty awesome. But one thing I noticed is that the sling is crushing damage, which I believe means if we do hunting with it, we will not damage the pelts as much. So it would probably be a good idea to pick up the ability to skin animals, because that's a good source of money if you can. And it's only you only need the 1 skill point to really start using it. So probably do that. And it doesn't look like the ammos themselves have weapon damage types, rather than just enhancing the damage of whatever sling you're using. So even though these look like they would... Actually, I might be wrong. It also says body part damage and armor pen. That might count against... I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure on how that works. If anybody knows, let me know down in the comments about if armor pen and or body part damage will damage the pelts of the animals you hurt with this. Because although I will say, just on the merit of the staggered days and stun extra chance, I'd probably prefer these. Only 15% extra damage here versus these lead shot means it's not really that much damage, especially early on. And staggering, stunning, dazing, that's going to keep us alive more often. Or it's going to make it easier to stay alive, I should say. I do want a crowbar, because especially if we're going to do a contract in a place with the undead, the dungeons that have undead tend to have these tomb doors that you can only open with a crowbar. You can't pick the lock on them, because they aren't locked as much as they are sealed. So I am tempted to get some of this. Let's give it a shot. It's not that expensive, and we're gonna earn money. Don't you worry. Money's not that hard to come by. Okay. Cool. We're all kitted out. We need to pick up some food. Let's see. Oh yeah, almost forgot. We can use the crafting to upgrade our charm. To give us some more extra energy. What did she say? There's faith. Okay. It doesn't look like it actually stacks with the last one. So that's okay. Not a big deal. One thing I did notice on my other playthrough, this is another thing that can be used with the caravan once you get it unlocked. So if you have medical supplies in your backpack and you go to heal yourself via the character menu, it'll automatically use stuff out of your backpack that just like it was in your inventory. So I like to keep all my medical supplies back in my backpack, so because I don't have to get into it to use and or sell stuff, you know. So just refill it whenever. And when we buy medical supplies, we can just drop them right onto the backpack here, and they'll automatically go in here. Yeah, so, okay. Neat. All right, so it looks like actually we're good on medical supplies. We've got bandages for bleeding, splints for injuries, and healing salves. Plenty of healing salves, so. And an antitoxin. I like to have one on me just in case. So we're good. We also have a soporific sponge. Situationally usable, but definitely good to have if you need it. Okay. All right. I am going to put curious. 13. Ah, okay. Does it matter positioning? I'm not sure which one uses first. But it does look like we can switch ammo types easily. Switch ammo types. Switch ammo types. Accuracy is pretty low, but if we go take aim, it goes up to 74%. So not too bad. Yeah, we want to stack as much accuracy as we can. Put this stuff in our stash. I guess I should rent a room and save it. And we're just gonna save it. We're not gonna sleep because I think we're good on fatigue. I think we just saved. We just slept before this. Yeah, so we did. So I'll just buy some food now, go save it, throw our stuff in the stash, and head for the next quest. You can have this plate. All right. We do have this as backup, but it doesn't expire, so it's kind of just in a pinch we have it available. Potatoes with mushrooms, good stuff. Yeah, we'll grab the potatoes with mushrooms. This pretzel, and these pieces of bread, and this piece of cheese. Plenty of food. We don't have to worry about it running out of food. And if we can help it, we're going to try and hunt some small animals on the way to our next quest. Well, we are full up on stuff. I could probably sell this bear. And we're not going to get any use out of that if we don't have it with us, so. Might as well use this. It can come in handy. Especially good for bosses. Assuming the boss can be caught in the net. Alright. Save the game. Go sell off this statue. And get our next contract. Mm, I mean, for 15 gold, why not? Oaken Barrel Brewery. I've got a perfect job for someone with your skills. Not far from Osbrook, you'll find the Oaken Barrel Brewery. That's where Brooke gets his ale from, or used to until recently. The place was captured by brigands. I don't plan to negotiate with them, but I also can't force them out with the troops that I have at my disposal. We only have a few militiamen here, and leaving the village unprotected is not an option. Can't really count on the magistrate reinforcements as well. You have enough experience, and you'll only have to fight a handful of bandits. There's much less of them around the brewery than in the fort you just cleared out. If you succeed, the cart and horses are yours. On it. Good. Find me once you're done. Okay. All right. So that's going to be up here off the road. Let's get right to it. We'll keep an eye out for animals we can take out for food. All right, let's give it a shot. Got it. Excellent. So yeah, we might level up before that now and then. So I think I'm going to save this. I'm not sure if birds give anything if you have this skill, but oh wait, we come with it. Okay, let's see what we got. I know that this is plucking and not butchering, but all right, a couple pieces of meat that we can cook. Doesn't look like you get any like feathers or anything like that. Nice. The sling is great for taking out birds. I've been trying to do it with my mage, Jonna, the mage character, and spells are a lot harder to hit birds with. They almost always just fly away. I think because they do have a lot more noise. There used to be a way we could put attack mode. That's one of our control is attack mode. Okay. Missed. And that'll happen sometimes. Wait, we're using our lead shot? I thought I was on. That's okay. I will switch though. Just want to use rocks for now. While we're hunting, we don't really need, more powerful ammo types for the birds, or any other small things. They don't have a lot of health. Sparrow. All right. So our biggest risk with the Oak and Barrel Brewery is that there's not a lot of enemies, but they're all in the same kind of general area, and they tend to, once you engage, all come at you. So you got to be careful not to get overwhelmed. So we'll definitely be doing some kiting. In fact, probably use this hunting net. And he's coming to tell us not to go be around. Not to meddle. Looking for a fight? Come at me, bro. Nice. All right. We're going to back off in case the other guys are coming and let ourselves heal up. And there they are. As I said, they tend to all come at once. All right, you can use the borders of areas to help kind of mitigate getting surrounded. They will follow you. Oh, wait, what the heck? They're not following me. Maybe it's different because of this quest. I'm not sure. Usually enemies will follow you, though. Okay, I guess they didn't. He's got to be pretty low. Oh, he must have healed up a bit. Okay, now he's pretty low. He'll probably just bleed to death. Yeah, okay, cool. You can kite a bit until your distracting shot replenishes. That gives you the opportunity to kind of give you some breathing room. We might die here. Yeah. Yeah, that is the problem with this particular quest. It's not that there's a lot of enemies, it's that all the enemies that you face come out at once. Probably could have handled that a little better. Don't you worry. We'll get it this time. But that just goes to show you you're not a superhero. You can't handle 15 enemies at once unless you have amazing skills, high level, whatever. And even then, you can die. You can very easily die in this game. It is not a forgiving game. We're not going to bother with birds for now. They don't give pelts, and I don't need food right now, so. But after this, we might try and use hunting as our main source of food. I'm going to save money that way. We're going to want more mobility skills. This is a good one, but we're going to want more. All right. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, shoot. I forgot to sell this. That's fine. In fact, did I even get the quest? No. But you can clear it out without getting the quest, so we'll just do that. We'll take these out so that we don't accidentally switch to stones as our ammo type. We want as much damage as we can get. And actually, maybe approach from the north to make sure that, or at least try and ensure that we don't get surrounded as easily. If you are looking to hunt in this game, one thing you should do is keep an eye on this log. It may indicate rabbits or hedgehogs or whatever other kind of animals you might see. Like you can see tit spotted here. That's that bird there. And that can be an indication of a nearby animal that you may not have seen yourself, but that your character did. That's annoying. Okay. Nice knockback. If you can move diagonally, that's your best bet. It only takes one movement, but it effectively is two movements. Got him. Okay. Nice. Neat. Okay. And we're going to try to pull one enemy out at a time if we can. I picked up this straw. You need a lot of straw for the caravan. Different parts of the caravan upgrades. You'll see what I mean when we get there. Right in the skull. Oof. Really annoying. Sometimes it's hard to tell what tile you're going to go to. You want to go diagonally, but it doesn't always look the way it should. Alright, it's pretty low. More hit. Got him. Okay. I see some money on him. Alright, and how are we doing on ammo? We got foggy all of a sudden. 23. So we used 7 shots. We used up 7 shots to take out the 2 guys. That's not too bad. Oh, wait. Only 4. Very, very good. Okay. Our efficiency is pretty high. We did level up. Anything we should grab? Okay, we can't grab anything in ranged weapons. We might want to put something in spears, but I'm not sure. Maybe survival? Make a halt is a really good skill. Athletics could also be good. I want to say there's one that helps you disengage here. But it might be a level, a next tier skill. Push. It's pretty cool. This would be really good to have with slings. We do a lot of stunning, staggering, dazing, especially if we stick with the lead shot. Okay, so that's the one I'm thinking of. And we don't have the required either level, ability points, or stats. So it'll be a while before we can get that. But sometime between then and now, we need to get at least disengaged so we can get to that. And disengage, honestly, is good to have anyway. But anyway, warfare we don't have unlocked. I don't think we want to do magic. And we're going to stick with spears and ranged weapons. So it's between a spear skill or disengage, probably, or make a halt. Let's just finish this fight and decide from there. But we can put a point in our perception. giving us extra accuracy. So we're at 11% now. 12.5, yeah. Each point puts 1.5% to your accuracy. And extra armor penetration. Just good against armored enemies, obviously. All right, we got 2 guys, so we're going to do our best to stay out of their range. Just use my distracting shot to keep them at bay. Take a shot where we can, an extra shot where we can, but we don't want to engage even more than just one enemy. Hey, look, your dead buddies. %. Okay, he's pretty low, so we should be good to. Got him. Okay. His buddy is still might be following. I'm not sure. Make sure before we rest. Doesn't look like he followed. Grab our shots. And yeah, we're good. We can just go right back and fight the other guy. Like, kiting is working pretty well. When we have this wide open area, we really should take advantage of the kiting because, I mean, that's our biggest advantage, and there's no major obstacles to stop us from doing it here. Fill up our water skin. I think the last guy is down here. I think it's just fill up one more. Okay. Oh, there's one other guy besides him. Nice. And dead. Okay. His buddy's still there, so back off and replenish our energy and any cooldowns. Okay. Nice. Doing good damage. Oh my goodness. Sweet. That was clean. I don't think we took a single point of damage there. Yeah, there's no damage to our body parts. Yeah, they never even got close enough to hurt us. Very, very good. All right, we took out, what, 5 enemies, I think it was? 5 or 6. And we already did the quest for the swords. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need to pick up those. See how many shots we used to kill all those guys. Like maybe 12? So around 2 shots per enemy on average are used up when we use that tactic. Okay. I'm actually just going to... There's an item here that I definitely want. I'm just going to put this up. I don't think we need it. We don't need these rocks. We can always get more of those. We can always get more rocks, obviously. I think I just said that. All right. Take this lock. So this is sacks of grain. Is, first of all, worth quite a bit. And second of all, it can be used for an upgrade later. We could grab this pot, but we don't really have extra room. We do need to eat something, probably. Okay. So let's see if we can make some room. We'll eat... All right, that gives us 3 more slots. We can use this. Oh, that's right. We didn't even take any damage. So the only thing that really lost any durability was our shoes and our sling. We can merge the coins and just put this here. We don't really need the purse. You get a purse every time you complete a contract. So while you do want them to hold excess gold once you start making lots, you don't really need to keep the ones you find along the way. You'll get plenty. You'll get a sack every time. It will have less than the full amount the purse holds. Okay. So we got the sacks of grain. There's a ladle here. I think the ladle's also useful. Check this barrel. Okay, nothing there. Bucket is also used in grades. Ladle takes up what? 3 slots, I think. No, 2 slots. Okay, so we just need to free up 1 slot, and we'll just eat this bread. Cool. Got the ladle. We can always come back for one of the buckets. Buckets are honestly not hard to find. We'll need it, but we can find it. And this is the only room on the Oaken Brewers... What is it called? Oaken Barrel Brewery that you can take stuff without it being considered crime or theft. And I guess I just kind of subconsciously decided I wanted to make this an honest character. They do honest work for honest money. Now, of course, you know, depends on your definition of quote-unquote stealing. You're taking things that were on this property. But the ownership of this place is kind of questionable anyway. The previous owner died. The magistrate is looking to place his brother here as the new owner. So technically, that stuff is not owned by anybody at the moment. Well, you could say the same thing about the rest of the loot. Wait, this also is not considered stealing. Interesting. Maybe that changed because bolt of cloth. Okay, we need space, or maybe we just come back here. We're gonna get our caravan. Let's see. We can buy another water skin, so we should drink. Water skins aren't expensive. which means we can take. Let's see. We don't have anything. We could drop off this cheese and this meat. That gives us enough. Heck, there's people. I didn't realize people would automatically or immediately move in after I cleared the area. Irby. Interesting. Weird. I don't think I've ever actually seen this interaction. Strange. Okay, we'll probably end up coming back and grabbing some stuff for leaving, but making room for the most valuable stuff. And I guess since that stuff wasn't considered stealing, let's check here. That is considered stealing. You can see the red icon. That means that this is someone else's property. We can look and see what is in here, but it doesn't look like there's anything anyway, so. I'm okay with looking at containers that have stuff, just to see, out of curiosity. You know, this game is constantly in development, so seeing what items have been introduced and such is cool. But we don't have to take anything. Okay, we'll head back to town. Sell off a few things to make some room. How much room do I need? Well, just make as much room as we can and come back. Okay. Little trick you can do. Move the map. All right. And even if we find it, little small animals, right now we're not going to hunt them. We don't have the room. And there will be more, don't worry. Hedgehogs, rabbits, other small things. And then later on, when we're stronger, we can do more damage. Maybe we can take on like deer and moose as far as for the skins and skins for money and meat for ourselves. But they can be tough to take out early on. Although with our chances to stun and stagger and daze, we might have a chance. Then there's enemies that we probably won't be able to take on anytime soon, like wolves and bears and boars. They hit back and they hit back hard. Right, we'll just take a sleep. I think the bolt of cloth is used for something in the upgrades, so put that away. Put that away. Probably don't need that right now. I know we need the straw for something. And as I said before, purses will come. So make room for the straw. Sell this and this. And hang on to the sacks of grain. Can we sell this map? Now that we've used it, I don't think we need it anymore. I guess we gotta sleep and the next day come before we can find out. And the merchants are going to be awake. All right, save the game. Sleep till morning. Let's sleep till 10. The longer you sleep, the longer your vigor buff. Just rest here until Bert gets here. There he is. Okay. Sell this for 63. Yeah, he'll take it. I don't need it, so I'm going to sell it. And then this sells for more. It's 16 here, but it sells more for the blacksmith. 19. Ooh, look at that. That's cool. Might be able to afford it once we turn in the quest. There's a cool resistance, piercing resistance, crushing resistance, a lot of bleed resistance. Increases our fortitude. Gives us some fatigue resistance. It doesn't give us any dodge chance. Kind of depends on which direction we want to go. Do we want to go more? This is a medium chest plate. And there's also this one, which is just not quite as good. I think since we're kind of doing kiting, we want more light armor. I believe medium and heavy armors can reduce your chance or your has penalties to energy and such, and we want to be able to. I'm going to stop talking because I'm really not sure how it works, but I do know that light armor, there's differences between the different types of armor. So. Also, it simplifies things when we stick with medium or with light armor. All right, before we turn in the quest, we're going to head back and grab that stuff that we left. Because sometimes when you complete quests, the area associated with the quest will reset, either locking you out or resetting the chests or both. I honestly don't know how it's changed since back in the day, but better safe than sorry. My philosophy with these kind of games is better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. But it also turns out that we will need a lot of the things we are hoarding, so we're having it and needing it. Then we have a choice to make after this. Do we want to do some more quests here, some more contracts, if they're available? Or do we want to just move on to the next areas and continue the story and get the caravan unlocked? And I think hoarding up some money would be a good idea because you need a lot of money for different things. Upgrades, both for yourself and for your caravan. And there's also caravan quests that require money. They are technically for upgrades, I guess, but it's like a quest that Varen or the other caravan members give you that you need to give them money for. Stairs? I never noticed that before. We'll decide what to do after we go upstairs. How have I never noticed there was a stairs here? Maybe they added that. Hay, you can make into fodder. Will be readily available. You'll see what I mean when we get there, but no need to grab it. I think we really need these hops and this flour. And I'd like to take a bucket because I know we need at least one bucket for the caravan. Funny things you miss when you think there's anything in here, but I want to make sure I didn't forget something. Okay, we're good. All right, now we can go turn the quest in and see if there's any contracts. And if there are, we'll decide what to do. If there's not, then I guess our decision's made for us. Actually, we could probably make this quest or this journey faster by going this way. Also explore some of the more of the map. There's a little lake down here. Yeah, we might as well discover the lake. I don't know if it's an official. You can see you can pick up leeches, but realistically speaking, you do use up energy when you're swimming. So your best bet is to get in, do what you're doing, either get across or get out. Back out. Leeches, they sell for a little bit, not a ton, but you can get a whole bunch in one water area. So that might be something we do to make a few extra bucks. We are a dealer of living goods. Okay, do we have a... No. We don't necessarily need to grab the grave, but you can dig up graves with a shovel, and sometimes they have valuables. Are we going to be a tomb raider, or grave robber, as it were? I don't think we're that desperate. And if we're going with the, no stealing thing, grave robbing, I mean, robbing is in the name, so maybe we refrain from that. Kind of creating our own little restriction. We're not doing permadeath. Well, it doesn't mean we can't do other restrictions. All right, back in town. Considering our inventory is full and a lot of that stuff is caravan items, I think we probably should just take the caravan. We can always come back and do quests if we need to. We won't really have to do much fighting, if any, before we have the option to come back here with the caravan. It does take time, and you have to have fodder, but getting fodder is not hard. There's a trick. It's not really a trick. It's one of the main ways to collect fodder. You can get a lot all at once. Or in a short amount of time, I should say. We'll sell off a couple things so we have room for the purse that he's going to give us. Just the things that we don't... I don't think we need an hourglass, and we don't need the gambling dice. Sell this purse. Should have probably sold the purse that I dropped in the inn, but it's not a big deal. Yes, I'm here to see the elder. Hey, dude. And yeah, we did the brewery. All right, $300, a bottle of brandy, and a ring. And it turns out we need a bottle of brandy for a different quest, so... Okay, let's see what... Well, we have an open ring slot, so... Alright. We will complete the quest that needed the brandy. Oh, wait. Finished your task. He gives us an unidentified amulet. So, let's get a scroll to identify it with. If he has one. Yeah, identification scroll. Cool. Alright, only 11 gold. Alright, Plus 1% crit chance and plus 8% control resistance. Now, does it say in our stats what control resistance is? Control resistance. The chance to avoid stun, daze, confusion. Well, stun, daze, and confusion are death sentences a lot of the time, so it might be good to wear that. But what are we taking off? Rending resistance and accuracy and dodge chance? And also we can enchant this later on. We'll just sell this. We don't need it. Okay. It sold for a lot less than the brandy, but whatever. Not a big deal. What's this? Just regular ring. Rending resistance, fumble chance. Bleed resistance, max health. I think I want 2 of these. It gives us a lot more bleeding resistance, and we can sell this. Our bleeding resistance, 13.3%. Better than nothing. All right. We turn that question, and now Varen will be over here hanging out with the horses. And actually, while we're here, we'll grab this pile of straw. There's a guy sometimes standing here that will sell us more straw. Actually, this might be the guy. It is. Okay. It's only 4 gold, so I'm going to grab another pile of it. What we can fit. And when we come back here later on, we can grab some more. This is the most reliable place I know to get straw. There's probably other places, but this is where I remember. Well done. Oh, let's try to do his voice. Well done. I can't do it very well, but I'll do my best. Well done. Guess you haven't lost your touch. Frankly, I expected Odar to try and weasel out of our deal. But apparently he is a man of his word. Now we have horses and a cart. So far, so good. It's only been a couple of weeks since I held the reins, but it feels like it was a lifetime ago. The next stop is Bryn. Let's not drag it out longer than necessary. I can't wait to get my hands on Gwinnell. You all ready to go? The road awaits. And away we go. Revealing the map along the way. This animation is what you'll see every time you travel. Usually not this far, of course, but... Alright. Lots of little question marks on the map. Alright. Here we are. Can you see the towers on the horizon? That's the free city of Bryn. You know, I used to live there. Let's leave this story for another time. There are still many things that need to be done, but I can manage without you for now. Go on, explore the city. Recover your strength. In the meantime, I'll find a suitable place for the horses. I'll meet you in the docks by the Close Harbor Tavern. It's located right next to the city wall. You can't miss it. See you there. Alright, so now we are in the free city of Bryn. Hey look, another source of straw. Cool. Can't fit it right now, but good to know it's here. Imagine this dude sells it too. And we are in Bryn. You can get quite a little bit of free experience in this area by hitting each part of the town. The city, I guess. Each of the 4 squares of the city considered a different area and give you experience for discovering them. Hold it right there. Remember letting a dwarf into the city lately, and your kind isn't easy to forget. What's your name? Call me Hilda, and yes, I'm a mercenary. Guard sizes you up with a look of distrust. With that out of the way, I have another question. Can you read? Of course. Good to hear. Take this leaflet. It has everything you need to know. Thanks, dude. Let's read the leaflet. Esteemed guests of our city, welcome to Bryn. Whether you've been here before or it's your first visit, you should know that our gates are always open for hardworking craftsmen, honest merchants, and those who wish to fight for our cause. As always, all manner of goods can be purchased at Mint Square and in the docks. Anyone trained in a craft will find a job and a roof over their head in the guild quarter. The Vanguard is currently recruiting in the old towers. If you can handle a weapon, they'll be happy to have you. Glory to the Grand Magistrate, a pledge of peace and prosperity. No matter what item you find that can be read, you should always read them. You get experience, free experience. 11 XP for reading that leaflet. It's better than nothing. And I believe there's a bookseller here. I could be wrong. That can be useful. Welcome to Veer Kren's printing house. Valden Veer Kren at your service. What can I do for you? Tell me about your printing house. Can't say we do much else but waste paper. That's how it is nowadays. New leaflets, agitation, revelatory pamphlets. I don't remember the last time I worked on something worthwhile. Back in the day, we used to print treatises, theological folios, scholarly studies. If you ever stumble on a neat-looking book in your travel, it was most likely published by me. Anything else? Do you have any old treatises left for sale? I do, but only a small number of them. Some of the books were ordered by the university, others by officials and patrons of literature. Now that we have a war on our hands, no one really cares about books. So I still have a few tomes that no one came to collect. You might come across a book or two. Would you be interested in buying them? Truth be told, I've grown awfully sentimental with age. There's a merchant in Manshire, goes by Gerlot. I know him from when he lived in Bryn. Whenever he acquires a folio in good condition, I try to offer him a good price for it. So yes, I'm willing to get a valuable books off your hands. It's better for them to be in my possession than end up as kindling in someone's stove. What's the word around Bryn? I hear you have a real power struggle going on. Valden's expression becomes tense. Why are you asking? What, did someone send you? Not at all, I'm just curious. Valden visibly relaxes. Fine, look. Fine, looks like you're telling the truth. The whole situation is precarious, and only the host knows what's really going on. What exactly did you want to know? Who rules the city right now? Our current burgomaster is Jean Ballard, the head of the Silver League, our merchant guild. He's a cunning man, no doubt about that, but he has a penchant for money and luxury. There are also talks about him being way too cowardly for the job, especially considering the threats we face. Nevertheless, go to him. Gotta give him credit where credit is due. There's relative order on the streets, and the council hasn't yet captured the city. Although some may argue that it was accomplished in spite of Jean's efforts, not because of him. What's he planning to do next? The same thing he always does, to try and maintain the status quo. He's afraid of resuming the war. I won't be surprised if he'll bide his time to the very last moment, hoping to avoid conflict altogether. It's a mistake if you ask me. Rumor has it, Aldwyn royalists are doing everything they can to prepare for a revanche. Do you know why elven caravans visit Bryn so frequently these days? Jean plans to receive Jacint's protection, so he's going out of his way to butter them up. Elven merchants no longer pay taxes, and they even had a whole district built just for them. You'll find it right in front of my building. They call it the House of the Azure Thread. Naturally, our craftsmen aren't happy about the new neighbors. Locals have nothing on elves when it comes to quality, and if Eastern goods continue getting cheaper, the entire guild might go out of business. Are you saying the whole city is under John's thumb? Not under his thumb. That's not how he handles things. More like everyone in John's pocket is in John's pocket. And for now, he still has enough money to keep everyone in check. It won't last forever, I'm afraid. When other people's ambitions get involved, it becomes increasingly difficult to appease everyone with gold alone. Is there anyone else worth discussing? I can only think of two more names. Denvar Bree, the Grand Master of the New Guild, and Duke Arno de Biero, a war hero and the commander of the Vanguard. Tell me about Denvar Bree. Denvar is hard to put a finger on. He was born in a family of a simple craftsman, but it didn't prevent him from making his way to the top. Let's just say not every apprentice can become a head of the blacksmith guild by the age of 40. When the magistrate came to power, it was decided that every guild in Bryn was to be merged into one, thus forming the new guild. Allegedly, it was done to support the war effort, but even a fool could see that it was simply an excuse to strip craftsmen of their independence and forever exclude them from decision-making. And if it hadn't been for Denvar, they would have been successful in their attempt. Under his leadership, the craftsmen started a citywide riot. The Silver League panicked and made some concessions. They still went ahead with the guild, but Denvar was appointed as its grandmaster. On paper, the guild answers to the League, but in reality, it's much more complicated. I heard Denvar's people often get creative with their production reports, free to run whatever shadowy schemes they want, and no one can do a single thing about it. What's Denvar trying to achieve? I don't think anyone knows what's truly on his mind. Denvar is a man of action, yet his actions rarely match his words. On one hand, he's been saying for a while now that Bryn should belong to the working people. At the same time, I can't imagine someone this power-hungry to share the city with anyone else. You should hear him talking. He says the war must end as soon as possible, but only with our victory. The plan is to kick the rebels out of Maine, capture Aldwyn, hang their nobility, and declare both cities as free. Let their people govern themselves as they wish, under the magistrate's watch, of course. Once the country no longer fights itself, Denvar wants to move on to the elves. He hates them with passion. Elves only bring trouble and have no place in Aldor, or so he says. If we don't do anything now, they'll gain too much sway, and before we know it, we'll be paying tribute to Jacinth. I don't like elves either, but you've got to be prudent when dealing with a power as formidable as the Jacinth kingdoms. And this is what Denvar really lacks: prudence. I see how it is with Denvar. What about Arno? Duke de Biero is a fascinating character. I once spoke with him in person, even though it was just some small talk. I could say that he's both intelligent and well-educated. I find it fascinating that a person this exemplary fights for the magistrate. After all, de Biero belongs to a noble Bronzian house. People of his stature usually can't stand merchants and commoners. During the first days of war, he volunteered to lead our combined troops north to capture Maine. Many thought he would fail. Some even expected him to defect, joining the council along with our entire army. None of it happened. Even more so, he fought with such courage and ferocity that there was no room left for doubting him. He successfully took over Maine, and when it was our city that was besieged, he turned back to rescue it. And what a grand rescue it was. Bryn owes its freedom to the Duke alone. However, I suspect that being a renowned commander isn't enough for him anymore. The speeches he makes in front of his soldiers, I find them concerning, to put it mildly. The Barrow strives for power, and he wants to use it to resume the war. He'll keep fighting until the enemy is completely wiped out. People like him despise half measures and don't really know how to compromise. I don't want to think of what it might escalate into. Even more desolation, burned down villages, overgrown fields, crowds of beggars and refugees. Another large-scale war would be the end of Aldor. This was quite enlightening. Thank you for your time. Oh, it's nothing. It gets boring around here sometimes. So I'm always glad to share my thoughts. What else are you interested in? I'm looking to barter. Okay, he does have quite a selection of treatises. Are any of them level 2? Looks like they are. Level 2 looks like they cost 1,200. So does he have the ones we're looking for? Let's see. Swords, no. Axes, no. Daggers, no. Maces, no. 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 Yes. Okay. So he has spear treatises, and even more important, ranged weapons treatises. Okay. So we want to save up 1,400 gold or 2,400 gold to get both of these. First one being ranged weapons. Looks like he has all the level 2 treatises. Good to know. Okay. So that's a goal to strive for. Save up some more money so we can get to the next tier of ranged weapon skills. Also, does he have the one for athletics or survival? Looks like maybe he just has a weapon related one. Okay, there's survival. And does he have athletics? Yes, this one. Okay. So ideally, we'd like to get 4,800 saved up. Because I think that's the skill trees we want to work on. Let's see, survival. Yeah, we definitely want survival skills. And we definitely want athletics skills. Ranged weapons and spears, like kind of the fourth most important, like the least important of our skill trees. But we'll probably want some points in them eventually. More as a backup in case we have to fight close range. Okay. So we can come back here when we have the money. All right. So over here on this left side is you got the House of the Azure Thread. All these different elves. I would be very curious to see how they interact with the elf character you can play as now. I imagine you get better prices and you can understand their language. The House of the Azure Thread welcomes everyone. Come inside, dear guest. So you got the merchant here and his wife. Baima Ahmad, dear guest, I'm at your service. Where are you from? Jaibi. That's where I was born and raised. I used to guide the caravans from Karhan all the way to Ohir. Belts, gold, steel, and in return I would bring skillful warriors to the Emir's army. The first time I came to Aldor, I was in my 30s. Brought silks, ivory, gems. I traveled here and back 5 times. The 6th journey is when I decided to stay. Aldor is a good country, good people, good trade. Still, sometimes I miss Jaibi. I'm the scorching sun of my homeland. Anything else? Wait, does he not sell? Maybe he's not selling because it's too late in the day. She doesn't have anything to say. So we'll come back. We're probably going to just head to the inn and sleep. That way we can check out all the different shops tomorrow. Most likely, though, I'm going to be saving up for the treatises so that I can get better skills. So if you come to the free city of Bryn for the first time, I recommend not staying here at the Golden Grain Inn. It costs, I think, 100 crowns a night, which is highway robbery, if you ask me. And you can get cheaper lodging anyway. There's a few different places ranging from 15 to 25 gold. Much more reasonable. This is the guild quarter. We'll just go through here. Actually, let's go to the old towers area first, because we want to end up in the docks, where the inn is that we'll be staying at. This is the old towers area. There's a few merchants here too. Notably the food merchants. There's a grocery store. And then this is the docks. That's 310 experience. All right, so you got to go back through here. Yeah, it's one more block down. Yeah, here it is. This is the Close Harbor Het Tavern. There's Varen, but we're going to go ahead and grab a room and sleep first. And then we can do what we're going to do. Alright, there's the barmaid. We can rent a room. $20 gold. Nice and cheap. Any food we have that's going to go bad? I don't think so. Oh, wait, we better eat this. That's going to go bad. All right. The rest of it will stay in overnight. This is our room, including a chest that we can keep stuff in. So we'll put this in here for now. Yeah, we need some space for the next part of the main quest. And then we'll grab this stuff for when we get the caravan. That should be enough for now. And we'll sleep till 8. Right. We'll go ahead and do the main quest until we get the caravan unlocked. Oh, you're finally here. I was beginning to think... sorry. Oh, you're finally here. I was beginning to think you got lost. Wouldn't be the first time. Gwinnell's house isn't far. Now follow me and don't fall behind. Bum leg or not, I can walk there just fine. Right, so he'll walk. Follow him. No, it's not this house. This is the brothel. I don't think you can actually go into the brothel. Alright. Never tried. Here we are. We'll get our answers soon enough. So your great alchemist lives in a hovel? Gwinnell is quite an eccentric character. There's no denying it. His previous dwelling was a mansion in the old towers. I remember him constantly complaining about his meddling neighbors and how they wouldn't keep their noses out of his affairs. So anyway, he sold his lavish house, then used the money to purchase this shack from a gang of smugglers. Once he fixed the leaky roof, he moved in and has been living here ever since. There's so much going on at the docks that Gwinnell barely draws any attention. He didn't even bother to take the boards off the windows. Apparently they ward off prying eyes, and dim lighting is in fact preferable when practicing alchemy. Gwinnell, open up! It's Varen! Bloody hell. Are you asleep there or something? Ah, the door isn't locked. All the better. Stay close. Someone really did a number on this place. What happened here? Hell if I know. I don't think Gwinnell is home. It's quite possible that he ran off on his own accord, or he had someone to help him with it. We need to figure out which one it is. A thorough look around would be a good start. Alright, so there's a bunch of flasks. I know they're used in certain things, but I haven't gotten to that point yet in any of my playthroughs. but I still like to grab them all if I can. Also, there's journal pages. You should grab those and read them. Grab flasks, and we'll check out the. And they come in all shapes and sizes too. All right, so we can interact with. You can look at this alchemy, these alchemy supplies, like this spirit, more flasks. The apparatus is covered by a thick layer of dust. It's been a while since anyone used it. The flasks are empty, apart from some moldy spots. There's no evidence of them being used in experiments. We should focus on the task at hand. There will be a chance to talk later. Okay, there's one more thing. These notes are indecipherable. The moisture turned the words into an inky, blotchy mess. That's right, there's this. Read. Way too risky. I'm afraid there's no other choice. I need to act before it's too late. I'll deal with Varen later. For now, the most important thing is him finding the item he was sent to retrieve. Found anything? Speak for yourself. Looks like a page from Grinnell's journal. Varen takes a moment to peruse the text. Deal with Varen? Interesting. I can't think of anything that could have provoked him. We had no arguments to speak of, and I didn't ask any unnecessary questions. I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, Han Solo. Anyhow, found anything else? No, the house had been picked clean before we arrived. Gwinnell isn't stupid. He wouldn't leave anything important in plain sight. It can't be this simple. This shack doesn't look lived in at all. Forget about a bed. There isn't even a bench to sleep on. Mark my words, there's a hidden stash or passageway here somewhere. Got to search every corner. How about we focus on that other room? Might still find something interesting there. Alright, so you go to the other room. And if you kind of hover over, you can see if there's anything to interact. And here we are. There's a switch. I knew it! Now I understand why he chose this small little shack in particular. Time to see what's downstairs. Stench. And no sign of Gwinnell, of course. There must be at least some clues for us to discover. Let's get to work. More flasks. This pot is worth a little bit. We could probably just ditch one of these flasks for now. I mean, we know where they are if we need to come. We need them. Money. Here comes money. Blacksmith's mittens. They do have a lot of bleed resistance, but I don't really like that extra fumble chance. Ours have better skill, energy cost, and a little bit of accuracy, so we'll probably hold off. Wardrobe. This one's always worth grabbing. Worth 1,000 gold. I never have actually sold it, but it's there. Morion. That in our valuables. Okay. Journal page 2, journal page 3. Was the price I paid too high? Perhaps. Was there any other way? I don't think so. Everything unfolds according to destiny. Therefore, I am to endure every hardship thrown at me without flinching. And I must never forget that the reward awaiting us in the end will far outweigh its price in misery. Each new day is harder than the last. I'm running out of supplies, and I don't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. I fear the sight of my reflection if not. I fear the sight of my reflection. If nothing changes, I have a few months left at best. Possibly in Maine. There must be at least some records of it in the Academy's library. After all, if not there, then where? Still, it won't hurt to go through every archive I can get my hands on. The cathedral, the university, some of the abbeys that are still intact. Okay. And let's just... Can't read that. Inspect this. There's a small puddle of bluish liquid at the bottom of this apparatus. It gives off a strong, unpleasant smell. The smell is unmistakable. The smell is unmistakable. It's residue from his famous elixir. I didn't know he was still making it. It reeks of... Oop. Any luck? I found more journal pages. Take a look for yourself. Everything else is unsalvageable. Baron slowly goes through the torn pages. Some of them hold his attention longer than others. This mess is much more complicated than I expected. Well, that's Gwinnell for you. I've known him for a decade, yet he never fails to surprise me. What do you make of all this? The upper floor is trashed, and the laboratory is intact. It's safe to assume that we aren't the only ones who want to question Gwinnell. There's no telling who it was, though. Gwinnell rubs shoulders with all kinds of people. Looks like he had packed everything of value and left before they got their hands on him. In the very least, there's no evidence of struggle. Whoever turned Gwinnell's house upside down, I don't think they found what they came for. Is Gwinnell sick or something? Beats me. He certainly didn't look healthy the last few times I saw him. But that's what you get for slaving over an alchemy table day and night. There's no way around it. In any case, it's not important right now. How are we supposed to find Gwinnell? I wish I had an answer. There aren't many leads for us to follow. It's possible that he's hiding somewhere in the city. Or he could go to Maine. The journal mentioned the Academy archives, didn't it? He's likely gathering information about Stoneshards. After all, before I went to that thrice-accursed abbey, we'd spent days scouring through the libraries of both the university and the cathedral. Wait a second. The abbey. While I was making my way out of the cell, I stumbled upon some archives and a few closed doors. The monks had the Stoneshard in their possession for many years. I'm sure they made at least some notes on it. Gwinnell will definitely want to read those at some point. And if that's the case, it's in our best interest to get them first. I want to make sense of what's going on before we actually find him. As for tracking Gwinnell down, I'll make some inquiries along the way. It's not like he vanished into thin air. So what's the plan? We already have a cart and horses, and what we don't have is the slightest idea what to do next. Gwinnell could be anywhere, so until we have a solid lead, we'll have better chances of finding a needle in a haystack than getting a hold of him. I'll have to reach out to some of my old contacts. Perhaps someone saw him, or at least heard about what he's planning. While this thing figures itself out, I'm going to set up a temporary camp outside the city walls. You'll be able to find me there. See you soon. All right. So, as well grab another flask. All right, so you can see on the map, he sets up camp outside the city walls. So we'll head north and get over there. Once we set up, or once we do the caravan part of the quest, things open up a lot. We can we earn a lot of freedom, and we can do pretty much what we please. Long way. There's a big wall, which keeps the city safe, but it's also a little confusing. Alright, so here's the exit. And it's to the north and to the east. So, something to do when you're exploring is use the corner of each tile, and you can quickly look at each of the 4 tiles in that area. Just get them mapped. So you can see we have this was already explored, but this part revealed. All right, and here we have the caravan. So talk to Baron. Talk about good timing. I'm almost done preparing the caravan. Well, as far as caravans go, ours is a laughingstock. There's still a lot we can improve upon. While you were away, I set up a sleeping spot and found a couple chests to store our belongings. The only thing left for now is to raise the flagpole. Lend me a hand? I can do as much. Not sure where to begin, though. It gives us the flagpole. Simple enough. I've already found a suitable spot. Just need to put the flagpole together. Make sure to check with my notes before you begin. I know what happens when you try to improvise. Stick to the diagram. I also had time to put together a list of some other stuff we could use and where to place it. It's all there on the table. Go ahead and see more for yourself. Alright, so we're going to go there in a second, but we need to clear out some space. So this chest here, you can see that has fodder. That's for whenever you travel with the caravan, it uses up a certain amount of fodder depending on the distance. But there's a ton of space, and it can be even upgraded to have even more space later on. You can also see the total amount of fodder up here, and then the gold stored. I'm going to test that actually. Yeah, so you can see the gold stored in here. I'm just going to put all these flasks in here for now. And again, I hoard everything pretty much. You never know what you're going to need. And I feel like it's got the name of the guy that we're looking for in its name. It's got to be at least moderately likely that it will be used for something, or someone might be wanting one. All right, so we pick up the foldable flagpole, head over to the book, and here's the upgrades tree. Scrolls from left to right. You've got communication, that's where the flag goes up, and then there's a whole skill tree for each. Communication, traveling, restoration, and provision. You hover over each one, tells you what you need. A lot of the stuff that we took with us from Osbrook, we'll grab out of the chest and bring here. So, upgrade adds a flagpole to the camp, allowing to raise found banners to receive various bonuses. You have a little cutscene every time you install something. That's how it looks. So that's how it looks. A new beginning. A new beginning indeed. By the way, did you see the rest of the schematics? What do you think of my plans for the caravan? You plan to live large, that's for sure. Trust me, if it's on the list, we want it. Speaking from decades of experience here. So if you happen to find or buy anything worthwhile, let me know. We'll see if we can put it to use in our camp. Deal. So where are we heading next? Wish I had a good answer. Gwinnell disappeared without a trace. I've already sent letters to anyone who might know more about it than us. Can't do much else except waiting for their reply. Since there are no pressing matters right now, we have a rare moment of freedom. I suggest we use it to earn more gold and better prepare for the road ahead. Speaking of gold, I have a proposition in mind. What kind of proposition? Let me explain. During my Abbey escape, I stumbled upon a corpse of some hapless mercenary. He had an old contract on him. It promised 1,000 crowns to anyone who'd get rid of the unholy scum inhabiting the place and live to tell about it. Well, the unholy scum is dealt with, and I'm here to share the tale. We should try our luck and claim the reward. 1,000 crowns is nothing to scoff at. The contract isn't exactly fresh, but it's a good idea to visit Manshire either way. There should be loads of work for you to do. Here, take it. Old contract. Counting on you to claim that reward. Consider it done. So, Manshire is the place we need to go for that quest. And we can also read this. Sevens of Bloom. With this paper, we, Elder Barves, and every denizen of Manshire pledge to pay a bounty of 1,000 crowns to every man, be it a commoner, a mercenary, or a noble knight, who will take on the task of descending into the Abbey of the Holy Revelation, cleanse it from the spirits or any other filth inhabiting it, and return back safe and sound with a proof of their deed no later than in 20 days, starting from today. We hereby sign this. And it gives us a little experience. All right, then we can pop that in the stash. We don't need it right now anyway. Okay. An auto sort button here. Ugh, that cannot be the most efficient way, but whatever. Okay. Now that's out of the way. Let's put some of our stuff away so we have more room. Nothing perishable, but everything else. We'll keep the bone charm and our money, just in case. But so we have room to grab everything that we left in that chest. Bring it back here. See if there's any upgrades we can make right away. Probably not, but worth a shot. So we'll grab that stuff, bring it back here, and then we'll take stock of what we need for upgrades. I think I'm gonna not do the Varen voice anymore and just do a regular voice. It kind of hurts my throat. And oh yeah, after that, we're gonna go over something that you should try to do while you're traveling around as much as you can. Get down. Oh, we need to eat something. Spoils and 2, spoils and 2, spoils and 2. All right, we'll eat both of these. We can actually offload those now to the innkeep. Make more room. They don't sell for anything, but you can either drop them on the ground. I think you can even throw them at enemies, but it's not worth carrying them around just so you can throw them at people. We're going to do some hunting, so I don't know that we need to buy any food right now. We do have a piece of cheese if we need it. We're probably going to be relatively successful. We'll see. All right, sacks of grain, a ladle, these candle pieces. I don't know if what they are used for, but it says refills candle lantern by 20%. I'm guessing you can get a lantern at some point. So I hang on to candles. All right. Doug, Manshire Fortified. That's considered stealing, though. Yeah, never mind on that. All this is considered stealing. So no good. No do. And we'll probably be back here in a bit because there's another bit of quest for the caravan that brings us back to here. Okay, so on our way, we're going to grab as many herbs as we can. This time being the first of them, and I'll explain why, or I will demonstrate why shortly. In the immediate vicinity, doesn't look like it. Okay, so this poppy, we'll grab that. They have other uses besides what we're about to use them for, but our immediate need is what we're going to be using them for. And most herbs are pretty easy to find and stock up on, so it's okay to use up some of the ones you find. For this, go back and grab that here in a second, and we'll grab the eggs out of that nest. All right, so put the grain, bucket, straw, and the lens ladle. All right, so one of the new features in the newer update is crafting. So if you press this button coordinated with it, you can make hay. It requires 2 herbs. So you put the herbs in there. Every time you click it, you'll get another stack of hay. And then you can take hay, turn it into fodder. You'll take all this, turn it into hay. So for every 2 herbs you get, you get 2 fodder. So since herbs are so common, you can really build up fodder quick. So as a general rule, it's good to just kind of pick up as many herbs as you can along the way. And once you turn them into fodder, they stack. And only after you have a large amount will they start taking up more inventory space. They take up a lot less space as fodder. So, yeah. You don't need to go out of your way to do it. Just kind of as you go, pick them up, craft them into fodder. Rinse, repeat, and you'll never want for fodder. Anyway, turn those into hay. I mean, we're going to do some hunting around here anyway, so we're not leaving right away. Check out this to see what we have and what we need. So toolbox and a couple groups of nails. We got the ladle for this. We need charcoal and a huge cauldron. Alchemical apparatus. Lesser runic stone and a skull. Okay, so we've got to keep in mind You gotta keep in mind picking up a skull next time we find one. They're pretty easy to find in catacombs. Modest tent, canvas roll, rope, spool of thread, and look, straw. So I want to say we saved some spools of thread and some stuff in Osberg, so we're probably going to head back there and do some contracts there at some point. Then we need a straw dummy for the training area. You can see each of them gives you some benefit. This adds a workbench to the camp. This lets you make proper dishes at the cooking area. This lets you use an alchemical apparatus, probably to make potions. This gives you a buff that you can pray. You can pray at a spot and get a buff. The tent gives you better vigor, and the sleeping here gives you better fatigue reduction. The training dummy just straight up 3% experience gain, and you can also interact and fight the training dummies for practice if you want. You can get sturdy wheels, increasing your caravan's range and speed. Expand the storage. +1 caravan trade range. Interesting. So it gives us the ability to remotely move the caravan. That's useful if we're pretty far away and we want to bring it to us or bring it to where we're heading. Cool. And then this will be unlocked as we unlock other things. Anyway, so we need a few things. Just what I've been doing with my other characters is keeping an eye out on the way. A lot of the major stuff, like the huge cauldron, the toolbox, the canvas roll, the straw dummy. I could have sworn there was like a... Interesting. So it looks like maybe these are somewhat randomized because this had different requirements with one of my other characters. Interesting. So that's good to know that it's not always the same. The wheels, the carpet hammer, the chests, they all are usually sold by merchants, and then some of the smaller things you can find in dungeons, and are also sold, but are a little less specific to a merchant. All right. Now that that's out of the way, we'll save the game and check out some areas. Probably just save till early morning so the light stays. Or we get, sorry, the light refreshes sooner. All right, so let's head north and see what these are. And again, use the corners of the maps. We probably need some more ammo soon. In fact, we should just start picking up some stones so we have backup ammo. Okay, so it looks like the lead shot is equipped. We'll keep the lead shot in our inventory and just work with rocks for now. Alright, so you use the corner. And actually, if that bird's still there, we should try to take a shot at it. Missed. So you see, we revealed. All right, so we got another area. All right, we're going to go over to this one first, grabbing anything we find that we want along the way. We'll say it's really nice that our ammunition is pretty readily available. There's a Sega. Out of range. Can we get to it? So, chase until potential either close the gap with our skill or it runs into an obstacle. I mean, this early on, I don't expect much luck with big animals like this, but you never know. Yeah, we're probably not going to hit it or kill it, but yeah. Once it goes off the map, you won't find it. You can go to the next screen and it won't be there. I don't know if that's intentional programming or what, but it is a limitation of hunting. You have to keep them on the same screen with you, or they'll just disappear. But again, not a big deal. For now, we can settle for smaller game. Once we have some more mobility and range, it'll be easier to consistently hunt. All right, got a swallow. Ooh boy. Hey, I'm tempted, but I highly doubt we can take this. They attack, and they hurt. They hit like a truck. Almost guarantee we die. But this is interesting to know. Maybe we can save it and try it just for experimentation purposes. See how we do. But I wouldn't hold my breath, folks. Got some morsels. Right, there's something on this tile. We got to be careful. It's possible that it's rabbit. Where's the rabbit? If we hit a rabbit, we're pretty likely to take it out. This one's going in a direction that might give us a chance to hit it. Because there's more map left. Sega. So this is almost guaranteed to be some sort of like Sega not encampment. There's a word for it. I can't remember what it is. Okay. I mean, they do have a pretty high dodge, considering they're a small animal. Got it. All right. Oh, that's right. I have to use the skill. Oh, okay. Sword, axe, dagger, two-handed sword, or two-handed axe. I did not know that. Okay, so we need to grab a small dagger for the purposes of hunting. Okay, in that case, we'll grab the location here, and then we'll head over to see if we can pick up a dagger. Yeah, so Saiga Grassland. And there it goes. It's unfortunate, but that's what you got to expect when you're early on. See if we can get it to go sideways. Still here. Okay. Dang it. Alright, it got away. No big deal. We're just going to stock up on stones. We want plenty. Where's our water? Where did we put? We put it somewhere. Where did we? Oh, that's right. We put it in our. That's fine. We just head back to camp. We're just around the corner. All right. So we want to try and come back here and skin that rabbit. I don't want to have killed it in vain. So we'll head back to camp, grab some water, and then we'll try and find a dagger for sale. I think there's a guy in the old towers area that might sell us a dagger. It's surprisingly hard to find merchants that will sell you stuff in Bryn, at least early on. I think that it changes later on, but something you got to deal with for a while at first. So another good area you can hunt is right near mountains, so we might check those areas out because you can run your game into the rocks so they can't get away from you as easily. So might go over there and check out and see if we can find any game. Roasting. Yeah, I didn't think we could roast the cheese. We should eat that. Because it's almost dead. Or almost spoiled. All right. All right, we got plenty of rocks. I'm going to store the lead shot for now since we're not doing anything super dangerous. And we can grab them out when we decide to take on a contract or whatever. So we need to go back into town and grab a dagger. Instead of anything, a sword. If I'd known that, I would have grabbed any kind of dagger out of one of the dungeons we went into. Okay, I think there's a guy here. Find out. A lot's changed since the last time I played. It used to be that you could bribe the guildmaster guys for each of the different types of guilds. Blacksmiths, the tailor, and the carpenter to let you buy stuff from them, but last time I checked, they didn't have the option to do that anymore. This guy, though. Burn. Welcome to the armory. I'm quartermaster for the Vanguard. The name is Burn. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I take it you're a mercenary? An armed woman is a rare sight, but I guess we live in interesting times. That's right. Are you here to try your luck with the Vanguard? Not interested, just looking for odd jobs. Nope, that's not how we do it here in Bryn. You either serve in the Vanguard alongside everyone else, or you look for work elsewhere. After all, that's exactly why the Vanguard exists. To make out-of-town mercenaries redundant. Villages, though, it's a whole different story. The guards there could definitely use some help. So what you want to do is head out there, go to Osbrook, Manshire, Denbury. Although if you ever change your mind about the Vanguard, you're more than welcome to join. By the way, here's a leaflet with all the details. If you have any comrades, pass it on to them. Our ranks are open to everyone. Alright, so we got a leaflet we can read. What else are you interested in? Do you know where I can get better gear? Decent gear is hard to come by these days, and the Vanguard is the first in line to receive it. The war is right around the corner, so we can't be caught unprepared. There might be some surplus pieces I could sell, but you need to show your commitment to the cause first. You know how this works. What else are you interested in? What do you got? No daggers. And I don't think any of this can be used. Okay. So, what's this? Accuracy belt. Might want that. I guess we could go to the elves and see if they got anything. Interesting. I think that's one of the guild guys. Alright. There's also a general goods merchant that might have a dagger. Alright, let's see what you've got. How can I help you? This is a merchant. He does not have any daggers. Or any bladed weapons for that matter. Militia sling. Little extra damage. Less armor penetration, but the better accuracy by 10%. Has some crit chance. Less stagger chance. Bunch of days, but no stun chance. I don't think it's really... I mean, it's not bad, and probably would be an overall upgrade, but I don't really want to spend 338 gold on it right now. Well, we're not going to. Hey, look at that. Candle lantern. Can be ignited When equipped or fastened to the belt, eliminates the surrounding with 9 tiles. Within 9 tiles, remaining within the lit area. Removes penalties of darkness, can be refilled with candles. Interesting. Okay, keep that in mind. All right. Looks like this lady sells food items, so does this guy. So let's check out the elf place. See if they've got an affordable dagger for sale. Have anything for sale? No weapons. Okay. Elven citrus. Incense is used for upgrading the caravan at some point. So it's good to know he has this here. There's got to be someone around here that'll sell me a dagger. Ugh. Sad to say, we might. This looks like the guy sells food as well. We might as well just check all the merchants to make sure we're not missing one. Is this a merchant? I don't think it is. There's a butcher, fruits and veggies. What does this lady sell? Fresh cheese. Well, we can't skin an animal with cheese. What is this? Bank of Bryn. What can I do for you? What services do you offer? Question I was expecting. This is your first time in Bryn, correct? For a certain price, we can offer you most prized possessions to place in our highly secured vault, guarded daily and nightly. We also issue bills of exchange with a guarantee of payment from our bank. Honest merchants off the free city of Bryn will gladly accept them instead of crowns. Rather convenient alternative to lugging around heavy gold purses, especially if we're talking particularly large transactions. Moreover, we offer favorable exchange rates for foreign coins. Same goes for full weight Aldorian crowns of the old minting. Okay, so the ancient crowns, the ancient coins we found. This is probably where we go to exchange them. He has a goat cheese for sale. Okay. That's obviously not what we're looking for. Huh. Let's see. I'm gonna do the old standby. We're gonna Google it. Where to buy weapons in Bryn? Okay, so looks like maybe the docks might have a merchant that can sell us something. Let's go explore. Yeah, the guild won't sell us anything until our reputation goes up. It looks like, which makes sense. And it's going to be a little difficult to increase our reputation with Brent because we can't take contracts here yet. But whenever you complete quests in certain areas, you'll get small amounts of reputation with other places. So we didn't get anything for most of this because it was all, except this one, it was all specific to Osbrook. But this hostage rescue was a contract, and contracts increase your reputation everywhere. It's going to take a while to build that up. Right now they're at indifference. But once we can build that up, then we'll be able to potentially purchase more. So we can check to see if any of these places are shops by hovering over them. They also have signs usually if they're a shop. But if you can't, if it shows red when you hover, that means it's probably a personal house. Well, this one doesn't even have an entrance. Probably not on the front, at least. Door note. I think this place is closed anyway. Also, it's a red note. Red icon. This can be gotten into, but I doubt it's a shop. Might as well check it out. Might get lucky and find a dagger we can just pick up. Move along. There's nothing for you here. Move along. There's nothing for... Okay. Then I guess not. He doesn't sell any weapons. That's just the inn. No, 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 no. That's the brothel, and you can't go in anyway. What is this? Find out. Bathhouse. Well, that's not going to be the one. Barber shop? No. I mean, he might have like a razor or something. This is, what's his name's house? Here's a merchant. Okay. He's selling the wagon wheels we need. Canvas roll, huge cauldron, chests, and yet again, no daggers. Death stinger jar. That is diabolical. If you know what death stingers are in this game, they are nasty. Well, that sucks. The dagger. Is there any other merchants? Oxide store. Shipment of timber. Rabbit pelt. No. Maybe this guy? No. He just sells fishing stuff. We might be out of luck, and we might just have to head back to like Manshire or someplace else. Or head to Manshire, like our quest says. That's unfortunate. It sucks that I didn't know about I think I remember it somewhere in the back of my mind. I don't need a ladle. That you needed a bladed weapon, but okay, well, that's fine. We'll just head over to Manshire and do some hunting around there. By the time we would get back, that rabbit will be spoiled, unfortunately. Live and learn. Frustrating that there's not a single dagger in this whole city that I can buy. I mean, it's a pretty big city. Okay. Are there any merchants around here, maybe? Veggies and fruits. This is the grocery store. A bakery. Hang on one sec. I got some issues with my sound. Okay. The stream should be back up here in a minute. All right, sound is working again for me. There we go. Okay. Looking around, see if there's any shops. What's this guy? Just a regular citizen. Can't go in any of these buildings. There's a pawn shop. I don't think he'll even sell me anything, but good shot. A new customer. Excellent, excellent. My name is Jervy Vernorm. That is a mouthful. My name is Jervy Vernoms, and I hail from a long line of Bryn pawnbrokers. My family has been in this business for 7 generations. If you need money, you came to the right place. Gold, silver, jewelry, objects of art. I'm willing to appraise it all and offer you a fair price. We also have a vast collection of items, the owners of which are unlikely to ever buy them back. Take a look. Maybe you'll find something you like. Do you lend money? Sure, that's what pawnbrokers do, but alas, the recent events forced me to raise my standards. There are way too many people who think they are smart enough to fool me. Of course, I have my ways of collecting what I'm owed, but it gets slightly tiring to rely on them too often. You see what I'm getting at. I don't really know you yet, so unfortunately a loan is out of the question. That is, unless you have someone who can vouch for you. Anything else? So he doesn't sell me anything. That's unfortunate. Why doesn't he? He says that he said he can sell us stuff, but he won't. Bizarre. Uh, Nothing up here I can take. All right. Well, I think we've exhausted all our options, so we will head to Manshire. Make some gold, maybe build up some reputation, and then come back here later. At the very least, I'd like to save up 1,200 for the ranged weapons treatise. Put anything we don't need away. We're going to keep stocked up on rocks for now. Listen, there's something else we need to discuss. Finding Gwinnell won't be quick or easy. Scoundrel has a knack for lying low. Something tells me we'll need more people if we hope to succeed. Yes, some backup would be nice. Before the Abbey, there were 6 of us, and even that wasn't always enough to handle everything. Trust me, 2 people won't cut it. Sounds reasonable. Let's start by figuring out what kind of expertise we require the most. Plan for getting too crowded this time around, or we'll meet the same fate as my old caravan. 2 or 3 helpers will suffice, and since you're responsible for all things martial, all major risks are yours. Only fair that you should be the one deciding who will join us. Got any potential recruits in mind? There's a few folks who could be useful to our cause: a skilled craftsman, an experienced ranger, and a mercenary band's quartermaster. Who will it be? All right, we'll come back to this. Fair. Okay. Time to go. Let's hit the road. All right, so we want to head to Manshire, probably either here. We head down to the winery, check these out if we go here. You can't set up on roads, you can't set up in towns, or points of interest. You can see how long it'll take, so a total of 6 hours, and how much hay or fodder it costs. 27, which we have plenty, so head there. So it packs up. Ta-da! We arrived at our destination. And here we are. We need food and water. Okay, so we'll sleep till the morning, and then head into town and try to find a dagger. And then we can go do some more hunting. Also grab a bite to make sure we don't get hungry while we're hunting. Okay. We can also, as we're hunting, we will naturally want to be exploring to look for more animals, so we will pick out the points of interest in the area. Copy. Charcoal chunks, we need those. And these aren't stealing, so. Alright, so this town is laid out a little different. Here's the blacksmith and his apprentice. So this is where we probably want to check out what they've got. Tell me you've got a dagger. Okay, perfect. We don't need anything fancy. Probably just this shiv would be fine. 25 gold. We don't need the dirk. We don't need anything fancy. Or this commoner dagger has a bit more durability. Let's get the commoner dagger. Just so it has a little extra durability. He sells the huge cauldron for 200, so that's good to know. He doesn't have anything else we would want. All of this armor is medium. He does have more of the lead shot, so that's good to know. And his apprentice has a different stock. She sells nails, which we do need, and horseshoes also we need. Wire, I don't know that we'll need that, but no, good to know that's here. Looks like a hunter. Ghoul heart. And we can use it with the bone charm. But I'd like to try and get these on our own. Excuse me. Brawler mandibles. Herbal extract. That might be good to have for reducing pain, but necessarily need it right now. Out of curiosity, this is the general goods merchant. Greetings, and you are a mercenary? Good, very good. I'm your lot. I represent local merchants, and I'm a merchant myself, obviously. So, do you need anything? Barter. Okay, so he has the pigeons. ID scrolls, enchantment scroll. Later on, when we have lots of money rolling in, enchantment scrolls are good to pick up. Enchant your gear. Unholy resistance. If it was one of these type of rings, I'd probably pick it up. I prefer the healing and bleed resistance, or the max health and bleed resistance. Okay. All right, cool. So now we have a dagger. Now we can actually properly hunt. While we're here, we might as well check out the elder, which he's this dude over here. Greetings, you're a mercenary, yes? How can I help you? Who are you? I'm this village's elder. Name's Nude. Nude? Kanud? Can't be Nude. You don't look like an elder. I'm not one for flamboyance. I'm very profound, so yes, I may be an elder, but I'm a simple man. Not to mention, I'm not going to. I don't think I'm going to cover every line of dialogue. Only the ones important to the story. I see. Do you need any help around here? Help? Sure, we have a lot on our plate, so I won't turn you down. Where's the dialogue for? I'm looking for work, maybe. Okay, none of those for now. Weird. He's supposed to have. Sorry. You tell me about your village. How's life? Oh, I left the. I need to go grab it from the caravan. We don't need to do it right now. I want to do some hunting. Okay, so I'm gonna take a short break. Stretch the water. Refill the legs. I'll be back in a bit, folks. Stay tuned. All right, I am back. So we just got ourselves a dagger. Let's go do some hunting. Let's just head toward the... Let's check these 3 spots. Let's go here first. See what's down here. Okay. This is the camp. Keep an eye out for herbs while we're on our way. Grab this bog bean. And this thyme. We can always use more thyme. Grab these eggs. Nice. Okay. Grab this puppy. And this puppy. And head down. Oh, I think I saw a bird. We're hunting, so let's do it. Got it. All right. We will carve this up. Oh, I actually have a few things I need to put in the inventory. Or in the stash. Okay, first. Okay. Hunger. Well, we have some food to cook up, so let's do that. Grab this bog bean. And this thyme. There we go. Missed, that's fine. Okay. So you can take 2 eggs and make fried eggs. And we can also cook up this meat and eat that too. All right, so we can put the fodder away, these chunks. I want to see what happens if we just craft straight into fodder. Okay, we don't actually have to make it into hay first. Good to know. All right, we're going to check out whatever is south of here, just above the town, or the winery. Well, actually, might as well grab the location of the winery as well. It gives us some free experience. All right, I think it's probably whatever this location is on the road. So we should try to find the road and then we'll find it. Whenever there's a location of interest on the road, it's going to be along the road, and here it is. Okay, so it looks like she doesn't use roadside altars, but that's what this is. Or at least not this one, I don't know. It says false gods. Buffalo. Alright, well, let's take a risk. Let's save the game. Well, I guess it's not much of a risk if we're going to save it first, but let's save it and see if we can even possibly take out a bison. We're going to want some heavier shot. taking out this bird. We can. Nope. Birds are all well and good, but it's one of those things that adds up, and since they're so hard to hit, the real prizes are the like animals with fur. I mean, you can sell the pelts, which is worth quite a bit. So, all right, save the game, and we'll go and try and fight a bison. But I have a feeling you'll be saying to me, "Bison." I know, terrible. No refunds. Okay, so if we die, it's not a huge deal. But there was a bird. Where was the bird? Where's the bird? Did we? Oh, there it is. Oh, I forgot to grab ammo. But you know what? Let's just try it with stones and see what happens. Don't get your hopes up. Oh, here's a rabbit. Okay, so we want to go forward. Oh boy. I said we were going to try, but I kind of want that rabbit now. Hey, screw it. We're going for it. Oh my goodness, 98%. We didn't hardly do any damage. Yeah, that right. See, that was one hit. We're done for, folks. Oh goodness, not a flippin' chance. Well, there you go. We are nowhere close to being ready to take on bison. So that rabbit went in the right direction. Well, you've seen what it's like. We'll get to that at some point, but not now. Not this. Not this early in the game. We'll get there. Don't worry. Okay, so we're looking for the. Oh yeah, we got that location. So let's go ahead and go up and let's see northwest and see what the location is. I think it's like a watchtower or something like that. Hey, look, a rabbit. Got it. Excellent. We're in the money, folks. Rabbit pelt, tender meat. It's 40 gold. It's not going to sell for 40 gold, but that's enough to justify the way to make some money. And it's a great way to stay in shape. Oops. There's another up there. Nice. And it doesn't seem to see me quite yet. There we go. Another rabbit pelt. Some more tender meat. Even the meat is worth a little, worth something. Not too bad. All right, we'll approach until it starts running away. All right. Maybe if we back off, let our approach refresh. Try that. That might give us a few more shots. Because it will stop running away after a few minutes. Or a few turns. I think. Could be wrong. Where are you, little guy? There it is. Okay, so approach. All right, and back off. And then maybe what we can do is kind of skirt around it. Oh shoot, I forgot to grab my water again. Oh, there's another rabbit and a bison. Okay. And there's a Saiga. Okay, well let's give this Saiga a chance. Although with the bison on the map, it's a little bit dangerous. We gotta be careful. But maybe with the same type of strategy. It might have gone off the map, and that's okay. Oh, no, it didn't. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, so... Bison down there, gotta be careful. Okay. Good shot. Missed. Well, let's see what these bison... Okay, they're just kind of doing their own thing. Not attacking me. Right, I'm gonna back off. Oh, no. I don't want anything to do with you guys. Leave me alone. Alright, so what we can try to do is maybe approach this way. Hey, look at that. Nice. We immobilized it. Okay. Down to 70%. Now, we will let it flee and refresh our mobility. There it is again. Okay. Back off. All right, if we can kind of keep working around There's also still that rabbit. Then I think we can take out the Sega. Over time. Just take a little time to make sure it doesn't flee off screen. All right, there it is again. Okay. And the 67%. There's another one. All right. We're going to run away from that one for now and keep working on the one we've been working on. Gotta be careful. The bison are around this area. Okay. 59%. Back off. And just kind of be careful around here. I think they're a little further north. Yeah, okay. We should be okay. Skirt the area. Is that it? Is that the one? Yeah, it's still the one. Approach. 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 Nice. 51%. We're making progress. All right. There's the rabbit, so the Sega is probably close. Might get lucky, it might be behind this bush. It is. Okay, so we can go aim. And then we don't want it to go up anymore, so we want to get behind it. Oof. %. What's the range? Okay, so if we take another aim, we might be able to hit it again. 29%. It's in pain. Okay. Now go south. Right, so we're going to go to the other screen. We'll go up along the side and back in. There it is again. Okay, we need to get some more. That gives us almost the entire screen. Try and get some more hits on it. Oof. Okay, how much screen do we have left? Well, we still have quite a bit. We're about to get another shot off before we need to retreat. Oops, I picked up that stone, which counted as an action. That's annoying. But we can still get a shot off. 36%, and it has got a head injury, which might confuse it, so that's useful. I wish I could just take clean shots and kill them, but these aren't real, folks, so okay. And eventually we'll be able to do that once we get more powerful. He's going to be right up in here. Where'd he go? There it is. Oof. Okay, I don't think we have quite enough screen to get another shot in. So we'll reapproach. Once we take this Sega down, I don't know how to pronounce that, we will head back to camp. It is healing up a bit, but I think overall we're doing more damage than it's healing, so it should be okay. It's just a bit slow going, but that's okay. And the more injuries it gets, the slower it heals, so now its head injury is moderate and its pain is severe. The higher its pain and the lower its morale and sanity, and it'll start getting confused. Maybe. There's a chance for all that stuff. Oh, yeah, it got confused. That's good. That means... Wow, okay. 2 stuns in a row. Like, we got it. Okay, so we want to follow it. And got it. Fatty meat and Sega pelt. Sega. Oops. Okay. Looks like you just drag and drop. And that's 120 gold value. That's good stuff. Okay. Now, we should eat and drink. So let's head back to camp. Just to tile over. And then we can try and get these rabbits. Low visibility means I can't see as far, but it also means the game cannot see as far either. So it's not a complete wash as far as, or it's kind of a wash as far as advantage. But with our knowledge and careful timing, we'll be at the ultimate advantage. Nice. Okay. Well, let's see. What's our hunger at? 28%. So it's not exactly. Oh, shoot. Is a all profits. We have to use some of our meat to keep us fed, but we still come out on top if you look at it. So, plus we have the pelts, so I guess it is pretty profitable. Also wanted to look at this. That hasn't reduced in durability so far, and that's with 3 butcherings or butcherings. So it might not reduce the durability. All right, nice and well fed. Get some water. This time, remember to grab my water skin. We don't need the crowbar for now. We're not going into any dungeons. Well, actually, we might run across a bandit camp. And sometimes they have block chests, so might as well. Alright, this is that mercenary leaflet. Forgot to read. Gives us a little experience. Anything else we need? I think we have enough healing supplies in our backpack. We'll bring the antivenom just in case we run across a snake or something and it hits us. Okay, and we'll store our loot for the time being. I think there's also a chance we can get some stuff for the bone charm if we kill things that have potential trophies. Like the Sega could have dropped its horns. But it's not guaranteed. Okay. Alright, now we're equipped for hunting. Alright, we'll try to hunt these rabbits and see where our fatigue is at. Well, you look at that. We might be able to get it before we get to the edge of the map. Let's not risk it. I don't want it disappearing, so. Okay, we'll go down. There might be another rabbit over here, too. The rabbits are just a matter of hitting them once, not as much wearing them down. Which means if this was real, it'd be more humane. Where'd you go, rabbit? Where'd it go? Oh, wait, oh, there it is. Got it. All right. 36. Can't salvage a pelt that's damaged. Interesting. I thought crushing damage was... I'm gonna look something up real quick. There might just be an inherent chance of damaging the pelt no matter what kind of weapon type you use, but certain ones are better. Okay. Butchering. Survival skill. Requires you to have one of the 5 listed weapons in your inventory, which we have. Okay. The loot you receive, the pelt plus the meat, plus other loot like horns or tusks, or just meat and other loot, or nothing at all. Player comments upon receiving the pelt or anything at all, vaguely explaining the reason. Killing animals with unholy, poison, and caustic damage types will almost always cause the meat to spoil. Arcane damage types spoil the meat too, but less often. Killing animals with fire damage might cause the meat to become cooked. Currently all animals are skinnable except birds who can be plucked instead, and friendly NPCs such as pigs, sheep, and horse. They cannot be killed, but only put in coma upon taking fatal damage. Okay. Butchering mechanics, skinnable loot. Damage types, here we go. Okay. There's slashing, crushing, piercing, and rending. Let's see if there's a hunting page. I know I've read this somewhere. I'm just trying to find the info. Skinning. Each pelt has a hidden HP number, which decreases each time the animal receives damage. The pelt's hidden HP is too low, then when the animal is killed, you won't get it. Damage to the pelt is multiplied by from certain damage types. Fire deals more damage to pelts than slashing, which deals more damage than piercing or crushing. So spears could also be used in theory. I know there's some concrete information on this. All right. No, that doesn't help. know there's info. Just gotta find it. Pelts, pelts, pelts. Looks like there's also claw traps. I forgot about those. But I do remember that now. Well, there's also the throwing nets. I didn't think about that. It looks like there's just a small chance for it to be ruined, and that's okay. I mean, that's the first one we've ruined since we started, so we're good, we're good, we're good. Grab this time. Grab this time. Yeah, no, I don't, no, no, no. I don't want anything to do with them guys. Run away. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go north. I mean, that bison's not gonna try to murder us. Okay, go north, check out the location, see what we can find. Grabbing herbs along the way, kind of just building up resources, building up some pelts to sell, meat to cook. This is Raven Hills is one of the quest locations. Oh, okay. Ugh, gross. Yeah, so these locations it will have graves if you want to be a grave robber. But at night these ghouls will be around. They're not super scary as small ghouls, but they have this necrophage ability, which means they'll eat corpses and become bigger and stronger and nastier. So if you can help it, definitely keep these guys away from each other because they can eat other ghoul corpses or from other enemies. That being said, the big ones can be fought. They're not, you know, unkillable. Excellent. Okay. And kiting is your best friend when it comes to ranged combat, of course. Cool. Doing good. There's a few birds we can hunt after we're done with this guy. Got him. Okay, I don't think they can be skinned. Oh, I'm wrong. Wow, I did not know that. Or maybe that's new. That's pretty cool. Not worth a lot, but better than nothing. I mean, we are looking to hunt for pelts for money. Okay. Cool. All right, full back up on stones. Oh, I went too close to that bird. That's okay. Ah, sun's coming up. And I believe ghouls, I'm not sure what happens to them if they're spawned. Oh, I guess I can try to hit these ravens. Nice. Why didn't that one fly away? Huh. All right. Raw sinewy meat. Bling. Oh, I see. So you can use a sling to throw things. Only certain things, apparently. Weird. Okay. Grab this time. Not this time. We're not going into this dungeon unless we get a quest for it. And I'm not going to be a grave digger either. Huh. Poppy, they don't... That's weird. Wonder why you can't just craft it straight into fodder like other herbs. You can still make it into fodder, you just have to turn it into hay first. That's really weird. Okay, so we've discovered this location. I think we've pretty much exhausted everything here. Maybe the ghouls just disappear when that daytime comes. Okay, swallow. Where's the swallow? Ah, there it is. Okay, head up to the southern outpost and grab that location. It's also a place where you can get contracts. It's a friendly area. See if we can approach one more tile. Looks like it. Okay. Nope. Are we close to the edge? Not quite. All right. Let's give it a shot. We do need to be careful because we don't exactly know. Okay, means we're close to the edge. You can actually kind of scout it out. All right, so this is the edge of the map here. So we should have enough. Maybe not. We'll scout around. We're gonna take out both of these Saiga Sega. I'm gonna call them Segas. I grew up on a Sega actually. Sega Genesis. Parents got my brother and I a Sega Genesis for Christmas one year. It included Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It was actually many years later until I finally played the first Sonic the Hedgehog. Because that's the one that was included. Oops. Not what I meant to do. Should be good, though, to get at least a couple more shots in before we retreat. Alright, we are getting tired. So we'll try to get at least this Sega and then probably head back and... Alright, how far are we? We are very close to the edge, so we need to back off. Okay. Go down. And over. Get onto the edge. There it is. Alright, we might be able to get a bit of an advantage based on having this bush in between us. We'll see. Yeah, we might have been, we were too close. That's fine. But you can use that situationally. Oop, I didn't even see that bird at first. Okay. And be good for a shot or two more. This will be even easier once we get the athletics book. It might even be worth getting the athletics book first if we want to do a lot of hunting. Okay. Probably safe to do. Nah, it's not risky. I said... There's the female. You can head north, that's fine. I'm gonna go over here and try to take out the male. Okay. Okay. fumbled. Okay, so we're fumbling shots, which is why it's only doing 7 damage. Okay. Okay, we need to back off. Might be too late, actually, but we'll see. Might get lucky. I got distracted. Alright, straight to the border. And then approach. Right, there it is. We should be okay. We're going to do 1 tile at a time. Oh, it ran away. Dang it. That was on me. Alright, we'll go for the female. What are we at? 29 stones. We need to pick up a few more. You should still be there, up in the north area of this tile. Looks strange. Okay. Yeah, so we're already up to like 50. We haven't even really been focusing on finding herbs. So, as you can see, it's pretty easy to build up a nice stock of fodder if you know what to look for. Wallow spotted. Nice. And there's a rabbit. Okay, let's go up 1 tile. It's not running from us yet. Okay, it saw us. Nice. Okay. All right. Looks like rabbits are relatively prone to. I mean, they probably have weaker pelts than, bigger animals. So, of course, we've only taken down 1 Sega, so maybe not. We'll see. We don't really have enough data on Segas to know for sure. We may have just gotten lucky on that first one. She's probably nearby. I'll be careful. Or if he could have fled, it's hard to say. Nice. Looks like she might have fled. Okay. That's okay. We don't need to get them all. Alright. We can go up here. We can cook up the meat we have. There's going to be campfire. There's also going to be... And if we end up with any excess food, we can always sell it too. There's a blacksmith here too. huge cauldron. But, alright. There's this fancy looking dude here. Or lady, hard to say. Okay. Not everyone is into the hunting loop, but I find the hunting loop in this game to be very enjoyable. We got plenty of meat. We can eat some of it. It all spoils in 2 days, I want to say, so. We eat the roasted meat morsels first. Wake up. We probably should just sleep while we're here. I think there's a place to sleep. Oh, interesting. Well, I guess he's a battle mage. Is this the boss guy? Has the venerable Duke lost his mind? Are we short on troops that we recruit wenches? Rude. Hold your horses, I'm not a recruit. Then why are you snooping around? This military camp not an inn. I'm looking for work. No one pays me to just sit around all day. Oh. Very well. Okay. He sells arrows. And a few medical supplies. What's your work? I don't want to face anything 2 skulls yet. The number of skulls indicates difficulty. And 2 skulls is quite a step up from 1. We're only level 4. We're not really ready for that. I have my other character tried. I was even at like level 7 and struggling. So we're not ready for that. When we do want to start picking up some more contracts, we'll probably head back to Osbrook, where it's going to be 1-star stuff mostly. Old Tot, he can take you places for a fee, but I mean, we've got our caravan. We don't really need to use his services. All right, so we're getting pretty close to our level, which is nice. Build up enough pelts and we can maybe sell them and try to get the looks we're looking for. There's another grave. Oops. All right. Let's check out what this is. It's probably another like praying spot. Help us figure out if she'll use any of the terrain changed. Field as opposed to step. There's a J there. Probably get like right there. Miss. You will notice that the different terrain types will have different herbs. So like henbane and hemp, we weren't seeing any of that on the steppes. Henbane, another one that doesn't want to. Can we combine it with the poppy? Okay, we can. 72, and it's all in one stack. You notice so it doesn't take up a lot of space to carry a bunch of it, so it's easy to build up while you're doing other things, while you're traveling. Wing and a miss. Swing and a miss, swing and a miss. Okay. grab this flea wart and then head to the next area. Rabbit. All right, approach. Approach. Okay, we got some distance. Oof, okay, I think we're now too close. Yeah, alright, so we need to back off. Reapproach from one of the other directions. There's a Sega. Oh, like apparently Segas can also show up in fields. Good to know. Alright, get this rabbit. Assuming it didn't just flee. Well, there's a nest. We can grab those. And yeah, it looks like the rabbit might have fled. That's unfortunate. But it is what it is. Okay, we need to be give a little more space before the edge of the map. Noted. Noted. Alright, let's go for the Sega then. Alright, we want to try to get the male for the chance at the horns. What in the world is that? Oh, something bad went and happened here. Alright, we'll come back to this. Alright, we need to let them chill for a minute, so let's go ahead and check this out. Casket. And aspergillum. Or aspergillum. Bottle of Manshire Fortified and a couple candles. Goodies. Okay. Let's... organize so we can fit everything. All right. All right, something bad went down here, but not really much of a description of what. All right, this is ideal. Assuming they don't run. Oh, they tried to run. Okay. Okay, that was a solid shot. And the road indicates we're kind of, or the road is a clue that we're about at the middle of the map tile. So we still have a little ways. We could probably get a shot. There's the rabbit. Okay, no, that's there. Okay, and back off. And then maybe go after this rabbit. Okay, back off. Go back after these Sega. We can kind of bounce back and forth. And there's a grave. Interesting. Use this bush. Maybe get a drop on that. Or did it already run? Looks like it already ran. Okay. Where'd they go? Seems to have lost them. All right, we'll go back for that rabbit. We're probably going to want to go back and sleep at some point. I forgot I should have probably done that. Okay, we'll go after this rabbit. Can't seem to find the rabbit now either. Well, that's fine. We need to get some rest. So we'll head back to the camp over here. And I think there's a place to sleep. Check it out. We saw that bird too late. Is there a place to sleep? Looks like there is. All right, we'll sleep till 7. Actually, we'll sleep till 9. Just nice long sleep. Okay, it looks like we don't get vigor from sleeping here. Probably because it's just an encampment. That's okay. All right, we'll drink, refill our water. You can eat something. And we can cook up a couple of these eggs. Fried eggs. Can we not? Weird. Apparently we can't take the fried. Oh, we need a dish. Whoops. Well, you live and you learn. Can you buy any of this stuff? You can buy the iron ingot. We need the charcoal, but we'll sell the iron. And he won't buy the casket. Okay. 9:30. Well, I think we've been streaming for 4 hours. I think I'm just going to call it here. Need to get something to eat and get to bed here in a while. So I'm going to go ahead and log off. But thanks for watching, folks. And we'll see you in the next one. This is Grumbo the Tinkerer signing off.